Dude, this
Okay,
person, we're on FaceTime right now.
I don't know what else to say. Um,
Bro was putting
um,
balls and piss in my chat while on
come.
FaceTime with me.
Come.
Come! He didn't. Oh, wait, you are a mod. Bro said, oh.
Fucking
Um,
dude. God, oh my god, I'm fucking. Yeah.
dude, in Roblox.
What have we got? You know
Bro
what else
said,
we're
such a potty mouth.
say
What
say
have we got going on in the stream? Fun fact. Oh gosh, what, El Macaco? I gotta grab my hydration real quick. What should I have for hydration? Oh gosh, Sagex. Oh god. What should I have for hydration? I don't have tater subs. I have a like a big gallon of water. I have lemonade. I have a big thing of this stuff. Hawaiian punch. Hell yeah! Getting the slurp juice, guys. I'm like in my kitchen. They still probably hear me. Guys, I got the slurp juice from Fortnite. Or like the chug jug. You thought I was gonna say a fun fact? Got him.
I'll say this as your resident Fortnite. Slurp juice in the chug jug.
I don't play Fortnite.
I do. It's bad. It's my entire channel at this point.
Oh gosh.
I don't remember the last. Oh, you said I was like really Batman. Can you tell?
Oh my gosh, it's all Batman.
No. My entire PC is worse. Let me turn on my PC. Um, and then part of the wall is Batman.
Oh
Um,
my gosh.
my
I forgot
pin
what
is
this song is.
incorrect. I find it funny that they don't know who's talking because some of your chatters are new. Red Hood, Batman. Chatters. For those of you who don't know me, I'm super cool and sexy. This is real. This is me.
This is real. This is
This
me.
is me.
They're also a streamer too. They don't stream Roblox though. They stream more Fortnite and yeah.
I stream like
Turn it
Fortnite.
up. Turn it up. Okay, I'll turn them up.
I do Minecraft. I do a bit of the crafting.
I'm trying
I
to
play a lot of
convince them to play
Fortnite.
Bed Wars with me.
Your voice in Obsidian's head. Yeah.
Yeah, we got the voice in my head. I can turn on my
I might
camera
be able
once
to.
my
There we go. I did it.
just shouting yourself out. Get
Yeah.
followed. Yeah, El Macaco's a yeah, your cables are gonna get chewed up, by the way. El Macaco chews cables. Just so you know.
I don't have cables.
Okay, we
Oh
can we
no.
can say hi to chat. I'm showing you on camera.
I'm being shown on camera.
Guys, it's the it's
It's zero
Nico.
bytes.
It's a 0 byte stream, guys.
Oh fuck. From so
it's it's a 0 byte stream now. Dude, you're like white. I
like
my
actually
light is
very white.
so
Like it's
bright
super
though.
noticeable, bro.
I need to like turn my light down
Like,
just a little bit.
I
We
don't
gotta
think it's
lock in
lighting
now.
issue.
Yeah,
Anyway. Oh,
you're white. You're very white. but same with me.
It's really bad. Both of my siblings have like a natural tan from the summer, and I went home the other day, and I was in the area, so I went to see my siblings, and I posted a picture of my brother on my close friends, and everybody on my close friends on Instagram was clowning on me because I look actually like a fucking like piece of printer paper next to him.
I get like a tan, so I wear a hoodie usually, like while I'm riding to work. Why is Boxton wanting to distract? What are Boxton's trinkets? I'm concerned. I cannot see Boxton's trinkets. What the hell? Bro's saying they're gonna distract.
I actually might stream later. I have no idea.
Dude, we need to play. We need to play together. We really need to play together.
We should play together. I play a lot of games that like either aren't multiplayer or that like you don't
Right.
like. Fortnite doesn't work for your computer.
It doesn't. It really doesn't. But like I usually whenever I'm riding to work on my bike, I wear a hoodie, and so right here, like right here is all tan, but right here is just white. Like you can probably see it. You can see like the whiteness go to tan. Cause I literally hold my bike like this, and I always wear a hoodie because I don't want to end up,
I walk everywhere. I also dress in all black and wear a hoodie. Also, unintentionally have scared the residents of my building recently.
Oh gosh.
Like earlier today, I genuinely scared the shit out of this poor woman. The guy I
No.
didn't mean to. I opened the door. Granted, I was coming from somewhere I probably shouldn't have come from. Because my building has a back entrance that you're technically not supposed. Like, it's the dog walking entrance.
Oh.
It's like easier for me to get to my apartment by doing it that way. So.
Like how I just started a run. I didn't say a thing.
Oh, you're gonna hear the fucking sirens go by.
Oh. What's kind of funny is every Saturday, like, there's sirens going off at 12. Because, like, it's... Where the fuck are my oh my god, my trinkets just did not load. I'm just gonna get Vimo. I'm gonna get research, guys. What are they saying?
Oh, I need to fucking... Speaking of merch, I'm looking at your merch.
You're looking at my merch? I need to update it.
I need to...
Where are Boxton's... Okay, guys, leave. That's a hacker. That's a hacker. That is a hacker.
That's alright.
I hear myself.
Because if I mute my laptop, then it doesn't...
Do I even have viewership on, like, the viewership command? I think it's just exclamation point viewership. Damn. I don't have any of the commands.
Oh, is it? Yes. Every once in a while, if it's Streamlabs, they fucking... Oh.
I need to, like, update the commands, dude. Like, so badly.
I just did all fine. I just redid all fine. I need to buy No, I'm Not a Human, and I need to play it. That's what I'm gonna play on Halloween.
Ooh. Honestly, I kind of want to. But yeah.
Definitely, I'm thinking, I have a long black wig, and, I have a whole fucking degree in makeup. I might, do the Widow. I might do makeup like that.
Ooh. Okay, we're waiting for some, like, I think we're waiting for one other person, but just so y'all know, if you knowingly play with an exploiter, you can get banned. Oh, hydrate. I have pumpkin spice, coffee. It's like the last of it. Or I have a whole entire jug of Hawaiian punch. Which one do you want me to hydrate with?
I also have cherry Coke as well. I just have like a whole bottle of cherry Coke.
Birthday party.
What?
That's what I'm doing for my birthday. I'm having a Fortnite birthday party.
Yo.
I'm texting my friends.
Swifting.
Not even kidding. I'm texting my friends right now.
Are you punching me?
I'm having a Fortnite themed birthday party. This is fucking horrendous.
Okay, I'll use cherry cola. I'll use
By the
cherry
way, Chad,
cola.
22 years
Oh,
old.
the Hawaiian punch.
22 years old. Spending my birthday. I'm making it.
Dude, I can't believe you're
That's
out.
exactly
Dude.
what I'm gonna do. Okay.
Okay, Chad, I've hydrated with the Hawaiian punch. No, I'm not gonna use an actual cup. I have coffee already in this one. I don't think I have any clean cups. Yeah, my ping's chilling at 200 as well. I think for my birthday, my next birthday, I think I might do like Finance Freddy's.
Oh, you gotta.
What?
You gotta. I like poop, chatter.
What the fuck? That's their first time chat as well. That's their first time. It just says first time chat.
See, when
I like
get
poop.
first time chatters, I get just get a bunch of people calling me chemo. You get I like
It's giving me the option to pin it.
expressed me as chemo in their videos. You know what? Yeah.
Do you wanna move this to Discord real quick?
I am gonna run because
Ah.
I'm gonna either I might set up a stream or I might just record tonight actually.
I kind of want to do a stream where I'm like teaching like a whole bunch of my friends who don't usually play Dandy's World, like how to play Dandy's World. I feel like it would be hilarious.
Potentially. I think that'd be fire. But
Like it wouldn't be my normal like it wouldn't be my normal run people like y'all. But holy shit, I just looked over and it went from like 7 to 15. It's cause of the I like poo person. Dude, it's still giving me the option to pin it.
I'm pinning it, bro.
You're pinning it? Yeah, I'm pinning it too. I'm pinning it.
I'm
The pin of shame.
no, it's not even a pin of shame. It's just gulp. Anyways, guys, I'm skedaddling. Twitch.tv/zerobyte.
Yeah. Let me.
Maybe not. If
Can you
not,
shout out yourself again?
I can. Shout out Zerobyte.
Yeah, that's my friend. We were on Tulip SMP together, and then Tulip SMP fucking closed.
Okay, you know what?
Sad times. What?
It told me that I can't. There we go. That's me.
Yeah, that's their Twitch.
You have to wait 50 minutes before giving Zerobyte another shout out. Yourself.
Anyways, say bye to Zerobyte. Here, let me show you real quick. You can wave to them. They're saying bye. Say bye, guys. Say bye.
Oh my god, it's like actually fucking super cool how pale I am. It's bad. I'm
They're saying bye. But yeah, okay, I'm gonna get it to where I can actually monitor chat on here real quick. My trains. Okay, are y'all ready to do another run? Let's go to the elevator. Whee! Dude, where the fuck is everybody else? Everybody get over here! But yeah, just so y'all know, if you knowingly play with a hacker, you can get banned. So the moment that Boxen started jumping and was like, I'm gonna distract Pebble, I was like, oh, well, whenever he said I'm gonna extract Pebble, I'm like, he's probably gonna die floor 1. And then he started fucking jumping, and I'm like that one meme where it's like the soldier or whatever. Man, I spent a lot of money. I spent Icar on this shit, and then I realized he was jumping, and then I was like, God damn it. Because I wasn't paying attention. So I was like, huh, he's just joking. The only time I reported a hacker in other Roblox, the admins closed the... What? Like how I keep on looking the fucking pin. You have 40k. I only have like 1,000. I need to get... Whoa. My mouse is... I think it's just my computer being weird. Me at research. Sprout, there's tapes over here. There's tapes. There's tapes over here. I need to get to that one. Oh, they're both right there. I need to get my Vmote. Boom. Hello, Roger. Goodbye, Roger. Pumpkins. Yeah, I'm just chilling at 200 ping. Oh, guys. There it is. There's a band-aid here. There's a band-aid here. Last night I was playing, and I think... Oh my gosh, which one was that? I got so pissed off, because I was Shelly, and, like... Dude, these people were just being assholes. Bo Burnham. Bo Burnham. 11:30. Feeling like a piece of shit. Dirty. Even though I'm smelling like a bag of shit. Oh my god. My luck. Look in the mirror, say what's up, you stiff luck. Are you feeling what I'm feeling? I haven't had a shower in the last 9 days. Get in a circle and Ellie so you can boost us? Okay. Go away. But it won't go away. I'm not really feeling like I want to get lit. I'm huddling up. We're all huddled up in the elevator. Yo, I got stamina regen. Save that for last, y'all. Or not. Fellas, you feeling that shit? Tell me, are you feeling that shit? I forgot what Roger's skill check is. Oh, it's pretty good. It's honestly pretty decent. Ooh, modify. These are the songs that I have not listened to in like forever, and so it's like I found this random ass Lemon Demon playlist, and so I was like, let's just listen to Lemon Demon, you know? And then Bo Burnham shows up, and I'm like, Bo Burnham! Unmatched efficiency. You're getting chased. You're getting followed. Is Brett watching the stream, by the way? That's my question. Is Brett watching the stream? Honestly, okay. Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't know. Why did Sprout get shorter? Sprout is shorter now. Oh, you're watching the stream? You are watching the stream? Okay, let's huddle up. Huddle up, guys. AFK! Well, you better boost us. Oh my gosh, why are you going AFK on floor 2? Just make sure you're also auto-walking so that we can still progress. Oh, we didn't get boosted. Okay, never mind. Research. The fuck you mean event? Oh. Oh. That's... that happened before. That has happened before. Research. Because I think the only person that I need research for now is just... oh yeah, I forgot Finn was here. The only thing that I need, research for now is the, whatchamacallit. Not the. It's for Eclipse. That's who I need research for. There's a pumpkin back here that I'm gonna grab. Guys, don't do the last one. I'm watching you. Because I don't think they're auto-walking. So, how are you doing? You got... There needs to be a trinket that gives double tapes. That would be awesome.
Like, it would be really hard to get, but at the same time, it would be really awesome to get.
Because that would help Sprout. And it would be better... Okay, they're back. You can do it. Guys, get to the elevator. Where's my boost? Where's my boost? Should have used fancy post, am I right? I got skill check, hell yeah. Am I right, lads, or am I right? All wrapped up like a mummy. I'll cover you in honey.
There we go. We're gonna wear the Willwood hat today.
I just, like, put my finger into my fucking eyeball.
Ow.
Like, not in my fucking eyeball, but, like, right, like, here. I, like, gave myself a lobotomy with... oh my gosh. I, like, gave myself a lobotomy with my fucking fingernail, bro. Like, look how, like, my fingernails grow, like, super fast, and so, like, I don't... plus, that also, like, plus with the fact that I don't like wearing nail polish or, like, anything. But my Jima was like, you should get your nails done, because we were just hanging out, and so, she, like, speed! I got speed! Bruh. Sprout, there's tapes over here. There's tape. I gotta do the call out. There's the tapes over here. There's tapes over here. Oh my gosh, there's tapes. Get your tapes, dude. Ooh, pumpkin. Chillax, I was distracting. Well, you can't distract no more. You gotta get your tapes. There's a lot of tapes over here too. There's like candy and pop that you can use. We're gonna ignore that. I wasn't looking. Get to the elevator. Yay, stamina regen! Prenorio. Spin? What the fuck? Messed up on what? Why is the stream so delayed? Why is your stream so delayed, dude? Wait. I need to get my other silver on. I don't think I have enough room to spin, but because like this is literally like I'm like picking my drinks. I gotta like do I have a rug? Oh shit, we're at 4:05 already. Oh shit, it's blackout. Boop. I should be like a normal, like one of those regular. Oh my god, I can't see at all. Who's here, anyways? Gigi's here, by the way. Oh my god, I can't see. I'm having that lighting glitch horribly. Oh my gosh. Dude, I can't see shit. There's some tapes over here. Oh my gosh, I'm like sitting here like, I'm like, oh my gosh, the lighting glitch is getting worse. Oh, hey, there's a machine. Oh, hey, what's up? Yeah. I think it's over here. I think this is good. Well, I don't know where you are. I can't see. Go to the house. Oh, I just walked into a bench. I think it's in this corner. What are you doing? What are you trying to show me? Are you just trying to get me... Oh, are you trying to get me into the lore room? Oh, is it because of the dialogue that Gordy does? Lore room is over here. It's over here. Because Gordy has a special dialogue when he gets into the lore room. I shouldn't stay here much longer. Oh, he's so cute. By the way, I'm out of stamina. Just so you know, I'm out of stamina. I got speed, hell yeah. Oh my gosh. I keep forgetting that Gordy... I keep forgetting... What's my... My voice is like... I'm losing my voice, dude. Are we gonna have to restart? Bread just died. Bread just died. Chat, bread just died. Oh. Oof. I had no stamina and you don't know that map. Oof. Ooh. Ouch. Like extraction speed. There's some tapes. Do, 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 do. Oh my gosh, I'm distracting with I'm distracting with Roger. Yo, extraction speed. Thanks for the follow, by the way, Brad. Thank you, Coffee Bot. Oh, hey, I can hear it now. Yippee! What are you doing? Guys, get to the elevator. Whee! I've gotten into the elevator. Sprout, were you interested in an interview? Nope, and don't go asking Cosmo about me either. Ah, I see. Best you keep to yourself, Roger. That's safer. It may be safer, but covering... Can you eat the elevator? No! How are you doing that, by the way? Are you just on your phone? Sure. It's also Tisha. Tisha's here. How the fuck did I get ill? I didn't even go in that. Oh. Pain just spiked up to 400. Yikes. There's more to be found beneath. Looks like this is not enough. This is not enough to prove it yet. No, I need to hit the bottom. This is not enough. This is not enough to... Oh, high sensitivity. Oh. Oh, hell yeah. Speed. Whee. Oh, and I got immediately, like, the... whatchamacallit. My voice is like... It's not wanting to work with me right now. You're auto kiting. Ooh. Ooh. Where's the last machine? They're gonna eat you 'cause that? Where is the last machine? I need 3,000. I need 3,000 pumpkins. 3,000 pumpkins. To get Gordy. At this point, like, I'm tempted to just buy the pumpkins. It's a lot. It's a lot. Like, it's a lot. Down, I could say, heaven send me, hand me my shovel, I'm going in. You need to, yeah, it's a lot. Whoa, gotta get to the bottom of this. Gotta get to the bottom of this. I feel like I'm, like, experiencing some sort of zoochosis, because I'm, like, sitting here, like, I'm not distracting right now. Like, I'm Roger right now. Woo, I got speed! Guys, I'm distracting Twisted Gordy. I'm distracting Twisted Gordy now. I got extraction speed. Hell yeah, I'm extracting right now. Totally extracting. Oh my gosh, get to the elevator. Twisted Gordy's at the elevator. Oh no. Get your research, actually. Or like, it's whatchamacallit. I'm on last. What? You have Gordy Vintage, but you need Gordy Research? What? What is it with me getting spotted by all the fucking Twisted right now? We know what we're doing. Make the oh wait, you things connected. Whoa. Oh no, bro's distracted. Oh. Redesign your logo. Yo, extraction speed. Congratulations. Your grandma ate some cookies and you put laxatives in them and there's no toilet paper. That is torture. You are torturing your grandmother. Will be the basis for a revolution. So silly. It's so silly. Hell yeah, we're both on the treadmill. Let's fucking go. Guys, get to the elevator, get to the elevator! Oh wait, I need to get those pumpkins real quick. Ah! We're making it go faster. We're both running on it. We're both running on it. Nah, I don't have this. I don't have the inventory space to go gambling. I still have my starting items. Yes. I'm seeing desperately runs for pumpkins, yeah. What's wrong with that? Oh wait, that one's the one that I need to V-mote, and then... There we go! I don't think I'm used to having, like, not having something right there anymore. Because I was playing as Shelly most of the day yesterday. So I've got, like, 2 different kinds of, coffee. Like, for, like, my, Keurig pot. Because my neighbor gave it to me. And it's, like, really cool. Because it's got both a big coffee pot and, the thing where you can add, like, the little, like, K-cups in and then, yeah. And, like, I just get, like, I got, one that is pumpkin spice, which is what I have in here. Although it's very cold now. It, like, got cold in an hour. And then, the other one is s'mores. They're s'mores. It is s'mores flavored coffee. Redesign your logo. Give us all your money. Redesign your logo. Give us all your money. Redesign your logo. Give us all your money. If we get like a good run today, that goes like past that goes past floor 20 or like 25, I think. When's Tandy's World admin abuse? That would be funny. Cause Quell does sometimes join in like random people's games, and it's really funny. Oh shit, Gordy's here. We always deliver. Gordy, Brusha, and R&D. Oh, I just walked right into a wall. Always deliver. We always deliver. We always deliver. Medkit here. Guys, there's some medkit here. Oh. We always deliver. We always deliver. Good to go, we always deliver, we always deliver, we always deliver. No. I have V-mote. Thank you. Hell yeah. We always deliver. Glaze sauce, we always deliver. I don't feel great. I don't feel too good. What? We always deliver, we always deliver. We always deliver, always, always, always deliver, we always deliver. It's our heroes. I haven't heard this song in like years. This is mindless self-indulgent, right? I think it is. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, it is. It's prescription. And this is my first run playing as Roger. Since like since I first started. Bro's gonna distract them like distracting Pebble. Let's fucking go. Better get to the elevator. You have an ad? Lol. Lol. Yo, let's go. Is that V? It is. Oh my gosh, guys, I need V research. I need V. Oh, it's Flutter too. Man, I used to be really scared of Flutter when I first started playing. I still kind of am. Like, Flutter's still kind of not scared. Let me get the fucking capsule. Like, Flutter's still kind of scary to me. There's a bottle of pop back here, by the way. It's a bottle of pop. Do your homework, homie. Oh my gosh, you need to do your homework. What kind of homework is it? Is it like math or whatchamacallit? Or science? Is it science? Do you have to do like science? You ate your homework? Oh god, don't do that. I think someone opened up Roger. Whoops. Oh no, someone's getting hurt by Roger. We lost Gordy. No. Gordy fucking perished. Bro has to do homework though. Art? Ooh, you got art? Nice. Oh, hey, there's Roger. Run. Oh, I was like, on what? Sure. Kim Kardashian? Who's here? Dude, go eat. Yeah, go eat. Hi, Shrimpo. Hi, Connie. That's not. It's Yada, Shrimpo, Connie. The boring trio. Run, run. Let me get some pumpkins. Oh my god, Louis just griefed me. Louis just griefed me. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Louis just griefed me using Shrimpo. Let me do this fucking machine. Fuck you, Shrimp. You goddamn you. Fuck you. Let me do this machine, damn it. How many pumpkins did I get? 185. Not bad. Not bad at all. I got pretty good at balancing things on my head. It's kind of funny, because, like, I'm just balancing this shit on my head. Nobody said a thing about it. It's kind of funny. Run. POV whenever people telling you that you need to run. People are in our fucking room where it happened. People are in the room where it happened. People are in the room where it happened. People are in the room where it happened, guys. People are in the room where it happened. What the fuck do I do? What do we do? What do we do? That's the room where it happened. That is our room. That is our designated room where it happened. What do we do? People are in the room where it happened, guys. No, we gotta run them out. We gotta run them out. We need our room where it happened. We're forcefully going in. Okay, not like that, dude. Okay, not like that. Was that just the name of someone that's, like, really problematic? Oh my god. I'm like, we gotta run them out, and then, like, they just immediately start... This is the room where it happened, guys. Dude, you don't have to actually, like... So Sigma, oh gosh. It's a voice that calls to for love. It's a voice of understanding. It's a voice of empathy. Shush. My trinkets aren't stinky. My trinkets are epic. My trinkets are amazing. Here, let me get the other, There we go. I need research in pumpkins. That's what I need. Gritter. Festive Lights is better. Do they? I don't think I have. Yeah, I don't have Festive Lights, but I do have Egg Radar. No, my fucking thing! No! Dude, it's rolling away! It just rolled away all the way to over there. It's all the way over there. I'm not getting it. I don't have any Christmas trinkets either. Don't worry. Like, my, Twisted Research, like, I only have 24% on Bassie. Why is Russia pink? That's weird. I only have 17% on Coco. Flight, I have 96% on. Ginger, 6%. Rudy is only 23%. Where's Eggson? I know I have his trinket. There it is. And then I got his trinket. And then for Halloween, I got... Nice. Nice. I got 69. Gordy, I have 100% on. Sylvester, I also have 100% on. Same with Rebecca. I think the Halloween... Where the fuck did they go? You don't need me. I need a human's touch, but not need. Fake fans, am I right, lads? Oh my gosh. Am I right, lads, or am I right? Man, they don't even show up for my Minecraft streams. They don't even show up for my Minecraft streams. We got Eclipse. We got Eclipse. I got her like last night. Bro was on last? Oh wait, Indecisive is joining? Alright. I just looked up, I looked at the chat and I was like, Indecisive? It's Indecisive, guys, it's Indecisive. Let's do the autofocus. Ooh. Autofocus. It's autofocus. Where's my thing? There it is. You know what? Guys, I only have enough to buy 1,450. I only have enough to buy 1,450. I only have enough to buy 1,450. Okay, Hey, you're tuning your trinkets. Honestly, should I get Eclipse research? Should I try to get more Eclipse research? Cause this shit's funny just to keep at. Alright guys, we're done with the Halloween event. No more seeing any tunes, no more seeing anything. Yeah. I can be back out. Where's the... Oh, wait, it's like, where's the, like, inside of it? And then I realized I sewed them together. Cause 7, 8, 9. It's indecisive. Let's watch him. Let's watch him arrive. Arrive in the entrance. Oh, they're going. They're grabbing them. Bad thoughts give me bad dreams, and the bad dreams make me get up and walk. Bad thoughts make me bad dreams. Dude, why are y'all all buzzballs? What are you doing? This is just like watching the entire room. What is Brett doing? Gotta remember it. Glass, the cabinet. I can't fucking sing. We should have like a duck of the day, cause I have like over 190 ducks, dude. Like, this one has a mohawk. This duck has a mohawk. Like, this isn't a duck, but I got it in the same claw machine, or like in a similar one. It's one of those. I was wanting to paint this one blue. What is Fred doing? Along with the regular mohawk one, this one's red with a mohawk. I have like a whole bunch of ducks. This one is a little alien dude. The two that I brought two with me on a road trip for like my graduation road trip. And let me grab them real quick. These two are besties canonically. Yeah. I know. I know. I was like, what is Brett doing? There's indecisive. Should we like there's 6 people. There's 6 people. We can genuinely just do a run right now. What do you mean 7? What do you mean 7? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's go to the Shellevator. Let's watch him follow. Sylvester's just like, no, wait, hold up. See, we got 6 people. 6, 7. Let's give me bad dreams. Bad dreams make me sleep. Oh wait, do you want to try swap distracting? Cause if so, like I can get the clown horde. If you want to do like ribbon spool. Do you want to try swap distracting? I don't think bro wants to swap distract. Thank you, Coffee Bot! I guess not. But I can distract in blackouts. I want to experience a blackout with her. I want to experience a blackout with her so badly. Oh, you're oh. Oh, hey, it's Rebecca. We do have a Gordy. So I'll just go around, I guess. I'll give them to Louis. Louis, I have Rebecca. Watch out! There you go. No! My machine that I was gonna do before I got Rebecca. Damn y'all. My fucking V-mote. My V-mote. Damn it. Well, I'm sorry, I didn't buy anything. I fucked up. I didn't buy anything. Haha, you just got sniffed. She's got a rip in her cloak. Na na na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Wee. I want to know what her dialogue with Pebble is. I really want to know what her dialogue with Pebble is. Coin operated boy sitting on the shelf. He is just a toy, but I turn him on. A coin operated boy. Finally, I used my V mode. I think there's two other. I think the last two are in here. Lord. Coin operated boy sitting on the shelf. No, no. I was gonna try to do 3. I shouldn't have said anything. No, no. Damn it. Coin operated boy. Wait, I gotta get those pumpkins. They're both right there. They're both right there in the same spot. Hell yeah. Geo is who's Geo? Geo from like what is it called? Joestars or whatever? JoJo's Adventure, whatever it's called. I don't know what it's called. Oh god. Oh. Why are all the Giovannis I know like low-key just gay? My gosh, it's Yada! Ah! God damn you, I was gonna get that machine. Fuck you. Damn it. I want it, I want it, I want it. 67 tapes. You asshole. Coin operated boy sitting on a shelf. Oh, hell yeah, I can do another machine on this floor. Guys, get to the elevator. I like how I looked at the mastery and it was just survive 3 floors with 7 other players in your round, and I was just like, that's gonna be impossible. I only do public runs. That, and then also like, you know, with chat right now. Whee! Who are you calling a good boy? Who are you calling a good boy? That concerns me. Oh. Wait, does she have paw pads? No, she doesn't. They're literally just like circles. She doesn't have little paw pads. Nah, not y'all being on call. Yo! Yo, I got Vecnut! Where are my Twisteds? Give me my Twisteds, thank you. No, let me distract on blackouts! Let me. Gordy, watch out. Dude, I can finally see while distracting. I can finally see while distracting. Hold up, there's a machine in here. I just had to use my Vmote. What? What? Honestly, I like being able to see this much. Sure. Ad break in 10 seconds. Oh man. Oh wait, no. No, don't, no. I want more. I need more blackouts. No, you motherfuckers. No. You motherfuckers. Was that Goob? out it is Goob. It's Goob and Sylvester. Come get your twisted. No! Hell yeah, skill chat. What the hell are you both doing? What the hell are you both doing? We'll use it on another machine. 'Cause y'all took my machines earlier in the run. One way or another, I'm gonna get ya. I'm gonna get ya. One way or another, I'm gonna get ya. Get ya. One way or another, I'm gonna get ya. I'm gonna get ya. One day or maybe next week, I'm gonna get ya. I get ya. One day or another. Yo, I got speed. Yippee, you're done with homework. Let's go. You can see Brush's artwork over there. Like where I'm circling it. Can't you get it? Can't you get it? Understand? They're gonna execute another to elevate the man. They're gonna oh. They're gonna blind date everyone until you see love them too. They're gonna blind date everyone until you love them too. You're gonna blind date everyone until you love them too. Red, you should probably get in. Red, you should probably get in. Them, this is the way that it is. Oh, hell yeah. Always will be. I like how, like, all my streams now, like, I'm just gonna be wearing a different turtleneck. Because I've got about 4 different turtlenecks now. I have a black one, a yellow one, the red one that I'm wearing right now, and a green one that I got last night. The turtleneck part in that one, honestly... You didn't see shit. What band? What band? You can't see my inventory. What band? What bed? I didn't get nothing. What do you mean? What do you mean, oi, you bastard? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? I didn't get nothing. I don't have anything in my inventory. My inventory is like closed. You're gonna play Bassie? Okay. I don't have anything in my inventory. I don't have anything in my inventory. There's nothing in my inventory. There's absolutely nothing in my inventory right now. Oh. That's a treadmill machine. I will go ahead and V-emote that. You saw what? Saw what? Saw what? What did you see? I think you might be, having an illusion. It's a digital hallucination. Did you ever hear about those? Have you ever heard about those digital digital hallucinations, you know? They're kind of, you know, they're kind of concerning sometimes. Because if you have a digital, like, hallucination, like, you can see stuff that you don't really see, you know? And it's digital. So you can't see it. I think you're having a digital hallucination. Who's going down? Who's going down? Who's going down? Baby, won't you come to me? Let me feel daddy comes in here on my knee. Low-key, forgot I already got mastery on her. Brightney 2.0. Damn! Okay, this is a treadmill. I'll go ahead and V-emote it. Who's going down? Who's going down? Who's going down? I forgot my stealth. I forgot I have a total of 2 stars of stealth, and I just ran right to Louis. Who's going down? Who's going down? Who's going down? Hi. Hi. Bye. Why are you shaking your head at me? Who's going down? Who's going down? Who's going down? Boom, 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 boom. You get 5 big booms. Boom. 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 That's what you get. Yeah. Yeah. My house blew up. Now we need first aid. Now we need first aid. Hell is that? What is that thing? Oh, they're gnats. Ew, they're having sex. They're having sex in front of me. Ew. Oh my god, I fucking missed. Oh, got him. Who's going down? Who's going down? Ooh, I will be taking that though. What? What? At least I didn't take the med kit. You know, like a little thief would. Oh, I might have. Ah! Imaginary lines as the maze of my design carrying on. See how But behind my ex-girl's chasing me. In front of me, my next girl's facing me, awaiting me. My light's in my eyes, but I can't cross these enemy lines. I'm behind. I feel the fatigue, but I'm dying to shine. But gotta find a new place to hide for the night. Will I ever escape? Boy, I tried and tried. It's watching me. I'm trying to idea in the glass labyrinth. I am the mouse. See how I fly away. Well, you're talking to someone that is an airhornaholic. It's just a game you play here in the labyrinth. Trapped. Rebecca's over here, by the way. Just run. What's the most views you ever got in a stream? I think one time, I got to like, I think I got to like 27 one time because someone like larger rated me whenever I was still like going as Sunset Thick. But yeah, but it was just because someone larger, like a lot larger, rated me. I'd love to get to like an average meow meow meow. I'm a kitty cat. I'm a cat. I'm a kitty cat. And I don't sense and I don't sense. I'm a cat. I'm a kitty cat. And I don't sense and I don't sense. I'm a cat. I'm a kitty cat. And I don't sense and I don't sense. I'm a cat. I'm a kitty cat. Cat don't dance and I don't sense. I think they're lagging. The fucking bro just goes. I think bro was lagging. Bro was just walking in place like. Damn, they like fucking lagged out though. It's Sylvester and Rebecca. Oh fuck, I just... Whee. More time to hunt for food. Like, why is it so tiny? And then I realize I'm ill. I have the illness. Food need. Yeah, food is a need. I had, the Aldi's brand chicken fries. Honestly, I've been getting those a lot. They're really good. They're honestly really good. Yo, skill check. Just had to stop and wait for them to cross. Guys, get to the elevator. I've single-handedly done half of these machines, by the way. Ability on cooldown. Hell yeah, extraction speed. Ow! had to get those pumpkins. Or like the awooga like that. Me and my friends, like me and my middle school friends, we used to do that all. What the fuck? Huh? Bread. Stop. He's not. Yo! It's my time to shine. Dude, why did I just start moving? I'm gonna quickly do my V-mode and then I'll grab the Twisteds. I gotta find Brusha and like 2 others. Where's my Twisteds? Gotta find Brusha, Poppy, and someone else. Dude, who's getting hurt? Who's getting hurt? Where? 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 I'm making my way to the broken. Oh, got him. Yoink. There's a machine right there. Whoop. Dude, why is she not... Okay. Got him. There's a machine right there. Punch your lights out, hit the pavement. That's what I call entertainment. We don't have a Sprout, right? We don't. No spit. Okay. 6 and 7 are right here. 6, 7. Yeah, 7's in that corner, so probably like a faster tune should take that. Get to the elevator. I don't have any Twisteds that we need research on, so I'm just gonna run. Wee! Oh, bread needs reset. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. I was just running in circles. I'm kind of excited for Friday because there's gonna be more skins, and I'm hoping. Oh, hey, Block. Fucking asshole. My favorite fish, like to eat or just, I have 999. Or just normal fish. Just fish? Oh, Thank you, GoFabot. Oh, that's actually kind of a hard question. Hey Louie buddy, do you need some assistance? Do you need me to get Shelly for you? Gooning what? They sent that a while ago. They sent that a while ago, dude. Do you want me to get Shelly for you? Here, I'll get her for you. What the hell? Here, I'll get her. Got her. Boink. 6, 7. I think it is. Okay, I'll bring her to the Ellie. Six, 7. Man, I literally indie messed up. What? Ow. You motherfucker. What did they do? Oh shit. Get your research, get your research, get your research. Ah! Okay. We messed up the machine, oh gosh. Why are, like, so many of you guys at, like, 1? Why are you at 1? Oh no. If we get Pebble, do you want me to check the others? Or do you want to take Pebble? Or do you want me to take Pebble or try to? Yeah. Oh shit, we got Shelly again. Yes! There's a band-aid right here. There is a band-aid right here. Louis, take the band-aid. I need to grab her research really quickly. Okay, I got both the research for Eclipse. Oh, it's little Gordon. I'll give him a. Thank you. Don't get hit. Watch out, Gordy. Oh my gosh. My name is Shelly, 'cause I'm Michelle. Yeah, be my best friend. My name is V, without a T. There's a machine, like, right there. So I'm gonna probably distract over here, maybe. Oh, I'm not at 69% anymore. Huh. Did everyone forget about me? Can someone feed them? Because I'm gonna use the speed candy at the end. Okay. Thank you. Just so that I can get, Gordy to the elevator. It's like flying, but maybe we're dying. Shadaka? Wow, indecisive opened up Roger. No, I didn't. Anyone around? Can someone feed him? Because I'm still gonna use the, I'm gonna use the speed candy. Money motion, deepest ocean, division. Will be. You hear voices? You probably hear my voice. Meow. No. Can y'all? Okay, yeah. I was like, can y'all hurry up and do the panic mode warning? Meow meow. Are you just saying meow just to get me to meow? Okay. Get your research, guys. Oof. Damn. Let's go gambling. Woof woof. No no. Meow meow. I got stamina candy. Hell yeah. Now I will say, if we do get Pebble and it's not a blackout, I have no clue how to... I, like, barely know how to distract him. Oh my gosh, it's a fruitcake floor. Who is our twisted? Who is our Halloween twisted? Because I know Connie ain't it. Is it Sylvester? Did Sylvester... Oh my gosh, Sylvester came back from the dead to haunt us. Shh. No. No. Get the fuck away from him. It's a fruitcake floor, guys. It's a fruit... What are y'all doing in chat? Moo moo. Fruitcake, and then there's Sylvester, yep. Where is... I'm gonna grab that. Indecisive, you be careful. Okay, I got the air horn. Replace yourself. You're trying to 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 replace yourself. Meditating off the ground. Ad break? Oh my gosh. Oh, you cannot see it over there. Money. Money, money, money. It's me and who I ought to be like. Never, 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 never. No, never. You'll never take me alive, baby. You'll never take me alive. You'll never take me, you'll never take me. You better pray that I die. You'll never take me alive, baby. You'll never take me alive. You'll never take me, you'll never take me. What do you mean no money for me and you know why? What do you mean by that? I get paid. I actually got a pay raise at work. Like, I didn't know that we were gonna get pay raises. Like, I did know. Like, I was like, oh, we're gonna get pay raises in October. And, I just didn't know what time in October. And so I was like, I was talking to my coworker and I was like, hey, by the way, like, aren't we supposed to get a pay raise? And my coworker was like, yeah, we already got it. And I was like, what? Nobody told me that. And so I checked my work app, and lo and behold, I see hourly rate $12.75, and I'm like, I got a 75-cent pay raise? Holy shit. Because I was thinking it was just gonna be a quarter. No, that's like, that adds on like a lot of on top of my like normal paycheck, because I'm usually like, I usually only get paid like 12 an hour. And so going from 12 to 12.75, that's a lot. I'll go this way. Like, that's a large increase. This is Bread's new high floor. Yo, let's go.
Nice.
Bread didn't get their sprout research. Louis is just in the corner. Louis is literally just in the corner. Here, let's both be in timeout. There we go, we're in timeout. I'm thinking about, like, kind of adding a, your phone's dead. Oh. Oh, hey, Brusha. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna quickly go this way. Oh shit, Boxton. Okay. And I just gotta get Toodles. Ah, there's also Finn! Oh my gosh, we have 5? Wait, is that 5? Yeah, that's 5 Twisteds. We got 5. Hi, Roger. Somebody replace yourself, somebody to replace yourself. Okay, I need to finish this machine because it's a treadmill. Oh, I forgot. Oh, fuck, I forgot. Oh, fuck, oh, fuck, oh, fuck, oh, fuck. I forgot. I was like, oh, Finn's here. Little did I know, I should not have finished that machine. Like, I fucked up. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna grab some of this just to get some nice stamina back. Huh? Russia, what the fuck are you doing? I'm gonna... Ooh. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. You know what? Okay, I'm going to the tiny room. So just be careful. Well, actually, they're all, like, different speeds, so I'm not gonna risk it, actually. I need more stamina. So I'm just gonna do the loop around the entire map method. kind of. Actually, I'll just do like an L. There's also a machine in that like corner over there. Z, 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 Z. Yeah, there's a... Be careful. Okay, I'm gonna loop around so that you can get that machine. And I'll go to the dinosaur area. Man, my fingers are falling. My finger is falling asleep. Actually, my whole entire left hand is falling. I have that problem. My left hand just falls asleep whenever I'm, like, playing, which means I probably need, like, I guess, wrist support or something, I guess. Hello, I'm here. I'm living in the walls. I know I might be small, but I am made.
Freak.
Need more rocks, especially 10. You better not be doing what I think you're gonna do. Oh, it's glisten. I don't have train whistle. There's also GG. Owie. Yeah, you don't get to take that shit from me. Only I get to take it. You get them from watching, and if you subscribe, like, fuck. I need some assistance. GG's too fast. And you have train whistle. Shit, I only got V. It's okay, I guess I'll take V. I'll take V. Okay. Thank you. It's okay, dude. I'm gonna V-mote this machine over here real quick. Hi. Arms and legs in the way and take my millions. Understanding my... Oh. Fuck, sorry. All away, 'cause I've grown tired of this body. So many everybody. Hey, Glisten. Dude, we got our machines done. Wait, that's... Wait, who died? Was it one of the Rogers? Oh, Bread died. Accidentally tickled Bread. Oh gosh. Take my hand. Take them aside. take my place and disagree. Arms and legs get in the way, bodies ache. It is. It really is. Oh, oh. Hold up, I gotta get Vecna. I got him. Where is he? It's also Eclipse. Hold up, let me grab Eclipse real quick. Bring him to me. I got him. Shit. Bring him to me. Oops. Wait, which way did he go? Hold up. I'm trying to lose her just so that she can howl real quick. I didn't know he was in that room! I thought he went where Blatt was! Oh my god, that terrified me. That was scary. That was scary. Gordy's about— oh yeah, Gordy's here too. Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh! Oh no! Oh my gosh. My bad. Nah, that combo was wild. Especially when we had no heals. Like, we had no heals. I thought he was in the other room, though. I'm gonna be honest. Also, I need to make a TikTok. I really gotta get better at making TikToks whenever I'm live, but I'm live, guys. Like, chat. Ow, I just— anyways, that's you guys. It's y'all. Oh, I just, like, smacked myself in the fucking nose with my nail. What do you mean, oi? What do you mean, oi? Bring Cam back. Cam's right here! Cam is literally right here! Y'all have Cam! I need to, like, turn it down. Okay, let me do my hashtags. Let me do my hashtags real quick. What should the random— I'm gonna do Eclipse, because a lot of people like Eclipse. Actually, I'm gonna do a Halloween update. Post. It's just a really quick one. That's horrifying. Because Eclipse is right there, too. Dude, Eclipse is right there, too. She almost... That's scary. That's very scary. That's very scary. I don't know how to feel about that. I don't know how to feel like... I don't know how to feel about that. Oh, no. Oh, no! 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 Oh my god, all three! All of them are... Oh my god, all of them! Oh my gosh. I saw that! It's always Boxton, dude. Oh, I didn't even get the two research capsules. Damn it. That coffee's cold. Okay, let's try not to pour it on me. Go subscribe to the YouTube channel. Yeah, I made sure to Diddy's World. Oh god. Honestly, I do kind of want to draw. I want to kind of draw a little bit. Oh my gosh. Oh, forever. I want to kind of just draw a little bit, at least. All night forever. Maybe while like the run's still going. Like if I die, like I can just have like a cam. We're gonna do a quick drawing. Nope, that's not the right thing. Bro died. Bro's dead. Bro's dead. Oh my god, there's two Dandy's World, guys. There's two Dandy's Worlds. There's two Dandy's Worlds on my screen now. Who's that? I forgot who that was. Oh. Okay. So while we're like here, what I'll do... Wait, I think what I need to do actually, I can like duplicate this and then name it like... do that. That way, like, whatever I do to this one, it doesn't actually... So like this one can have like that right there in that corner, while this is the big one. And like it's like that. That way there's the stream where this one isn't showing, and then there's this one. Like that. Thank you, GoFibot! The world. Like, if you know what I mean. So like we got that one, and then we got this one. Okay. So like Boxton and Pebble both killed us. Like Boxton basically killed the whole run. Not the whole run, but you know. Like Boxton's like he's like that. Why does this remind me of like Gangle? Like the Gangles, the Happy Mask type. It's always the commons. And then like like that. He's like evil. He's like really evil. And then like you got Pebble, you got fucking Pebble. I don't know how to draw dogs that well. Just letting you know. What are they doing? Hold on, what are they doing? Why has my thing just close up of Glisten? What are you? Oh my gosh! Here, I'll do like the thing so you guys can goof off like that. Oh my gosh. I don't know how to draw dogs. Feels like they're like gonna do like a little play. No, that was Control X. That was not Control Z. Like that, and then Duokite? Yeah, after I do like the like little drawing. I don't know, like that, I guess. And then like, actually Boxton's like a lot shorter, but like, I don't know, this is like a quick drawing. I don't know why I drew Boxton like that. Like he looks like Vox from like Hazbin Hotel. And then like we gotta like add like the little there we go. Is Pebble. And we gotta do like the little fuck, I keep doing the wrong thing. There we go. We got the tiny ass Pebble. The little Pebble. We did that little thingy. And then I'm gonna save it real quick. We just got the little, we gotta have like the little tiny Pebble, you know? There we go, and then we can close out of Krita. What the hell are y'all doing? What did I walk into? Why did Papyrus just say, please stop saying mommy? What is going on? What is going on over there? I'm very scared. I'm very scared. I'm being chased by all these Gordies. Just get in the run. Just get in the run. Are you one of ours? Oh, bread. I feel like y'all are all just Gordy. I don't even have Gordy yet. I don't even have Gordy. I feel like I'm like a I inform him. I feel like I'm babysitting a bunch of Gordies. One imposter. There you go. I'm a plant too, guys. I'm a plant. Yeah, let's do okay. Do you want to take odd or even? Ooh. Let's go back to the room where it happened real quick to get this sorted out. Okay, so you want to take odd. I'll get Ribbon Spool then. Can we not all be Gordy?
L. L.
How much can you fit under your skin? How much can you fit under your skin? I wish I were dead. I wish you were dead. I can fit two. I can fit two. I can fit two people under my skin. Yeah, I can fit two people under my skin. We'll prove it if you will listen. You crawled up in there, you'll join me within. No healer.
No healer?
Oh no, your Roblox crashed and it's not opening? Oh no. I feel so Sigma. Oh! Oh! If we get V, so if we get V, let's have it to whoever, like whoever it's not the active floor for takes V, since we don't have Dial's Trinket on. So like, say if it's my active floor and V comes around,
You would take V. Right.
all right, whoever is active, unless Pet. Well, I can distract V as like when like on my non-active floors, like I do it on like with Giles Trinket. Which means I only have like 10 speed. Cause we might get one of those fucked up combos where it's like V and Goob or V and Scraps, I guess. Or like V and Astra especially. So like one of the Kiter, like the non-active person can probably take V. And then the active one could take all the rest, since they're the active Kiter. Yeah, you meant so well, but your songs. You can do V, Goob, and Astro. Gordy, can you move your run, please? What does their run look like? It's literally in front! Dude, they're literally, like, I'm like peeking out. We're all just peeking out of the thing. Gordy, can you move your run, please? He's doing it in the middle. Dude, where are y'all going? We're just peeking out of the door. What are y'all doing? We're waiting on bread. Only one. Your Roblox is not opening. Oh no. No. Ah. Just don't know it yet, but you love me and I love you the same. One day we'll have a pretty family. Or, not family. Everything will be together. I'm gonna look to see, because I saw one of my other friends joined. Oh, it's bread! It's bread! But stalking, I say, walking just extremely close behind. You really wouldn't mind. else you'll call the police. I don't know, like, are they doing it like this? Don't know it yet, but I love me and I love you the same. One day we'll have a pretty wedding and you'll be your everything. We'll be together, yes, forever. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's go to Shellevator then. Bread. Bread, get in. Anything yours can think of can be found. Got mountains of content, some better, some worse. He didn't say AFK and call. Oh no, they're just, I don't know if their Wi-Fi is working then or not. Isn't a test. What the hell? Who, why did Aaron react and then what did y'all react to the stream announcement, bro? Both of y'all. Let's do a chipping age. Welcome to the internet. Here's a 9-year-old who died. Amazing. And two photos of his cock. Yeah, for portings. More. So you like man beheaded? I actually saw like back in like I think it was like 2018, 2017 on Instagram. I did see a beheading. Ranger, are you? Take this quirky quiz. Impersonate your kids. Interest you in anything. Time, a little bit of everything, all the time. Apathy's a tragedy, boredom is a crime. Anything and everything, all of the time. Can I interest you in anything? Time, a little bit of everything, all of the time. Apathy's a tragedy, boredom is a crime. Anything and everything, all of the time. Ready up, please. Ready up. It's Welcome to the Internet by Bo Burnham. Not very long ago, just before your time, right before the towers fell, circa 99. This was catalogs, travel blogs, a chat room or two. We set our sights and spent our nights waiting for you. I fucked that up. You insatiable you. Mommy let you use her iPad. You were barely 2. And it did all the things we designed it to do. Now look at you. Fuck. Look at you. I need to look at my screen. You. Unstoppable, watchable. Your time is now, your insides out. Honey, how you grew. And if we stick together, who knows what we'll do. It was always the plan to put the world in your hands. Could I interest you in anything all of the time? A bit of everything all of the time. Apathy's a tragedy and boredom is a crime. Anything and everything all of the time. Could I interest you in everything all of the time? A little bit of everything all of the time. Apathy's a tragedy and boredom is a crime. Anything and everything and anything and everything and anything and everything and all of the time. Okay, they're both kind of going that way, so I'll go this way. Fuck! I was doing it too fast. I was doing that way too fast. Gimme. Now, starting now. Down. Where the hell did... Oh, wait. I was like, where did Toodles go? Oh, watch out. Meet round. Owie. Try to smile as a clown. To understand it, guess I'd have to be a dead man. Trying not to laugh out loud. I'm gonna grab this pumpkin over here. We can hear a lonely operator on the phone, Can't call home. It's been fast, seen by me. Where's Sprout? Woo! I was like, where's Sprout? I just realized you were Sprout. I'm sorry. Man, they're really wanting us to gamble. Man, they're really wanting us to gamble. You fuckers. You fuckers. I can't believe y'all. Okay, this is my inactive floor. I like how I didn't even move. Every story is a good again. Every story's a frown. To understand it, yes, I'd have to be a dead man. Trying not to laugh out loud. Guys, get to the elevator. That was really late. That was really fucking late. Trying not to laugh out loud. Trying not to laugh out loud. Why are you always low on stamina now? You're low on stamina 2 floors in a row. It's my active floor. Red's hearing clown noises. Wait, I gotta do like the... I gotta talk like this. Oh, wow. Hearing it through his game. Oh. I got a skill check on my active floor. Okay, I gotta find Shrimpo, and it's just Shrimpo. It's Shrimpo and Corny, technically, but Corny doesn't count here. Why does my mouse seem like it's bugging out a little bit? I just got this mouse. Hi, Connie. Bones, 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 let me see your bones. Well, I don't wanna know if the feeling follows home. Bones, 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 hell, we're all alone. If I come home, baby, will you Show me your bones. Lumps and throats and petticoats. Baby, there's some tapes over there. Book is always open, and some of the best liars only want the truth. All love starts as a scheme, so wake me up. I'm tired of sleeping. They say that beauty's just skin deep. I think they're wanting us to decrease our skill. Like, no, I'm going with Louis. We're going with Louis, guys. Go with the distractors.
Yay, we won!
Halloween, this is Halloween, this is Halloween, 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 this is Halloween. I had to. I was like, I gotta beat V, I gotta beat V. You're elastic, so I can blow my mind and weave again. They say that beauty's just skin deep. That's where Louis is. Guys, get to the elevator. I'm gonna grab these pumpkins real quick. Whee! It's Rebecca. Hi, Bread. Yo, I got speed. This is such a neat view. Technically, this is the only map that has three main levels to it. Bro's hearing stuff. Like that. I need to stop losing my voice so that I can actually do it, but like I can fine, okay, fine. Buckle up. We're going on a car trip. You better not be driving. On your phone, oh gosh. I don't know. Bill Watterson. No. It's my active floor. It's my active floor. I gotta find Poppy, and I cannot see who else that is. Oh, that's not even a Twisted, that's a machine. Watch out, watch out. Is that Roger? Yeah, that's Roger. Go catch me, ow. Go now, where's the tiger now? Bill Watterson. Bill Watterson. Bill. Why are you calling me a greedy bacon? Why are you calling me a greedy bacon? I didn't have any, like, starting out, yes, like, last run. Oh, you asshole. Asshole. Go catch me, ow. Dude, why is Poppy just walking away? She's like... Oh. Bill Watterson, can't you hear me? Bill Watterson, don't fear me. Thank you, Goodly Bot. Oh, wanna let me in though. Okay, it's Poppy and Cosmo. I'll go ahead and do the treadmill machine since I'm a little bit faster. I'm a speedy toon. Oh. Dude, do you have like a fucking virus or something? What have you been downloading, dude? You said you were gooning earlier. Have you been downloading stuff? That's concerning. Okay, I'm gonna grab this one. And I'm gonna grab this one over here too. Hey, we have a sprout. We have a sprout. We have a sprout, dude. Can I do the whole floor next? Pretty please, what do you mean?
Like, do you mean like you do the entire distracting or
do all the machines?
Madison, can't you hear me?
You're desperate for mastery. Oh my gosh. The mask of my own face. I'd wear that. I'd wear that. I'd wear the mask of my... I got stamina regen, hell yeah. I am gonna grab this pumpkin real quick and then I'll zoom back. Got him. Wear that. I'd wear that. Dude, there's so many machines around here. I'd like a band-aid. I'd like a band-aid. I really wish we could refill, like, I wish we could refill our, like, box of chocolates or something. I see, look into my eye holes, tell me, what do you see? Look into my eye holes, what do I see? A handsome motherfucker, motherfucking looking back at me, a mask of my own face. I'd wear that. I'd wear that. Hi, Louie. What are you doing? I'd wear that. POV Rogers needing research. If this run gets to floor 20, like at least floor 20, I'll probably... Dude, bread, get the fucking... Bread, get in. Bread. No. Bread. No. Bread lagged out. You healed the wrong flippin' person. Oh gosh. Can't believe you shake my head. Maybe. Okay, what the fuck? Damn, now I gotta distract on on both of my types of floors. Damn. I see how it is now. Hey Sprout, there's a tape over here. It's right here. Ivy. He left call and everything. The sounds got too much? Probably. Damn. Yay, bro finished mastery. Let's go. Temptim server, he got a video from a while. Oh. Yikes. Let's all be mains and not tell Louis. Oh, hey, we're at floor 10. You got 3 now. I gotta grab Rebecca. Rebecca! Shrimpo. Shrimpo, get your ass back over here. My mouse isn't wanting to really, like... It's not doing what it's supposed to do. It's like, it feels weird. Thank you. I was like... You took all my twisteds, bro! You took my twisteds! Did we lose another person? Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Get your asses back over here, god damn it. Okay, I'm gonna go this way then. Technically, since Sprout already, got it from the whatchamacallit, I can technically lose them. So that's what I'm gonna do. You already got your aggro. I thought I lagged for some reason. Oh. Louis the poop. Oh gosh, is that them? Oh, it's Rafflor. Hi, Louis. I got to get Louis, Yada, and Tisha. What was that sound? Oh, hey, there's a band-aid over here. What do you mean, Daily Meow? There's a band-aid right there. What's the image? Oh, it's the, I think it's the video from, like, the clown noises, I don't know. No one saw that. No one saw what? What did you do? What have you done? Also, there's a band-aid right here. There's a band-aid! I can't believe, so I might have done an accidental all night long, like an all-nighter last night. I ended up falling asleep around 6 in the morning, and I got up at 3. I got up at 3 p.m. I literally woke up thinking it was like 12 o'clock, and I looked at my phone and I was like, oh shit! Oh, we got the band-aid. Moving out by the tracks. Waiting on the train. You should do the same. I just been a witness to something fucking sadistic. Whee! Yo, got the extraction speed. I'm starting to get kind of tired. I don't know why. Like, I literally had like 9 hours to sleep. I gotta grab Flutter. Just a second. Hold up. I gotta grab Louie and Flutter. I am your little butterfly. Get your ass over here, I swear. Jesus. Now if we need to find Louie. Oh hey, it's my active flow. Oh shit, oh shit. Oh shit, that's Gordy. Oh shit, that's Gordy. That's Gordy. Oh shit, that's Gordy. Oh shit, that's Gordy. Okay, got him. I just use like my like pant leg. I mean, it works a little bit better, but I need to get I need to get the whatchamacallit. Like a mouse pad, because I don't have a mouse pad. I haven't had a mouse pad in like a while. Oh, hey, we should do the dial floor. I mean, all of us have pretty decent skill check and whatnot.
It should be done relatively quickly.
Dial's like right there. That also happens to be a blackout. Cool. Awesome. Cool beans. Oh my god, my lighting's so bad. Okay, I got Rebecca. Oh wait, I'm at 3 still. I didn't realize that. Okay, come on, Brusha. Okay, I got Rebecca, Brusha, and I need to get one more. I already have Brusha on me. Okay. I got him. Gordy, do you know my usual distracting spots? Yeah, let's prime, let's prime. Cause I'm gonna go, I think this is the one where it's by the good elevator. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna be by the primed machine, so just be careful. None were there, they found a king lover. Ivy. Okay. There's nobody there. Thinking fear of it. Band-aid. Probably don't have 2 medkits on me. Okay, he's like all the way over there. In fear of it, I was in the morning when we loved it. Bees and birds and they remember how they came to be. Yeah, I need to get a mouse pad, honestly. I think I might just add it to my, like, Amazon wish list and whatnot. Just, like, be like, haha, you guys should get it. No, I'm just kidding. Although I do need to update my wish list, though. He sounds like he's pretty close. I can kind of see where everybody else is. I can kind of see where everybody else is because they're on the machines that are, like, white. Okay, he's walking away. Ooh. The Mind Electric. That's literally how I got introduced to Miracle Musical. Yeah, my friend was like, by the way, just so you know, the first half of this song, I kid you not, is backwards. And I was like, oh, it's backwards? And they were like, yeah, it's backwards. And then I, like, looked into the rest of the, Miracle Musical, album, I guess. And I was like, I like this. You know what? We're going to Mouse. Or not, we're not going to Mouse. Okay, that means he might be going down here. Oh! Watch out, watch out, watch out! Okay, he's not going down there. Okay. You're good. We're good. We're good. Dude, my mouse is like so... It's comfy to use. But... I can't move my mouse that much. Oh, the last three are over here. I'll move to the good elevator, I guess. Well, I don't know. Okay, he is coming. I'm gonna go over to the side then. The one that's over here. Ooh, pumpkin. Ooh, ooh. Yeah, my mouse is kind of bugging out right now. I think it's because I don't have a mouse pad, and so it's like confused on like what I'm doing. Y'all better pop it. Y'all better go pop it. Actually, he's at the elevator. Okay, Gordy's in. It's the elevator. Yippee! You know what? I'm gonna try to use this. Yeah, that works a lot better. Oh my gosh, I need to put something. I need to use something to. Oh my god. Hold up, guys. Hold up. Yeah, once you have a good team, honestly, the dial floor is easy. Hold up, I'm gonna make a makeshift. Just don't die without me real quick. I need to make a makeshift mouse pad. It's going to be a little... It's gonna be a little scuffed, but at least I'll be able to distract. It's literally one of these. It's a box. The other side? Okay, that side works a little bit better. There we go. See how the observes the ground. See how they. Come on, Boxton. Okay. Oh. And then. Got him. Oh, shit. Okay. Got him. Help me understand what's going on inside my mind. Doctor, I can't tell if I'm not me. Okay, I'm going to kind of go to the good elevator, so whenever, like, the last, machine gets done, I can move away. Or not the last machine, but, like, closer to last. Because I'm assuming you guys are going to save this one for the last one. Something is fishy. Oh, or not. I thought you were going to save that for last, but I guess not. Unless if you're priming it. I hope you're priming that. Oh, we do have a primed one over there. Something is fishy. Okay, so then that means I'm gonna go this way. And then distract in, like, this circle area. Oh, wrong circle area. I'll distract here then. Where did my music go? Just stares into the camera. Alright. I don't know where my music went. Hi, guys. Okay, where is my music? Oh, music. Oh, suppression, finally. Okay. Yippee. Halloween floor. Hopefully it's Eclipse. Hopefully it's Eclipse. Yes! I just need the rest. Fuck you! Thank you. Okay. I had to find both of Eclipse's, whatchamacallits. Literally! Okay, there's one of them. I'm hoping that's the other one so that I can just easily... It is. Okay, I got Louie, and I'm gonna grab that pumpkin and then go into a little bit of a safer area. Alrighty. Oh, hey, Finn. I'll go over to Broken then, because there's no machine sat Broken. I mean, there's these two, but they can't see you if you're there. Thank you, Confoy Bot! Yeah, I think I need to, like, rest my voice a little bit. Okay, we're killing them. We're killing them. Let's kill them. Where are they? Where are they? There is an air horn right here. But I already have, like, 2 heals and a, oh, damn. I got 2 heals and a, box of chocolate. It's so funny. That's just hilarious. It's always super funny. It is always super funny. There are so many medkits, bro. There's so many medkits. I'm gonna kill you. Just so you know, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna become William Afton. Okay, Sylvester, Boxton, Tisha, and Louis. Sylvester, where did you go? Oh, there you are. Blink, blink. I don't know. Uh-oh, yeah, uh-oh, yeah, uh-oh, yeah, uh-oh. Well, I in underwear. Makes me run. I'm gonna try to go to that corner. I'm gonna go back here into this corner, so just kind of be careful. Because I don't think there's one machine back here. And I don't know if, I don't know if Indecisive is auto-walking still or not. I see people dying there. They're still auto-walking? bones like a cardiac. For the love of sake of peace. Welcome back. Okay, I'm gonna move back over here. Ayo, 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 hey bro, don't do that. Ooh, hey bro, it's verbatim, and yeah. Hey Sprout, there's a tape over here. Oh oh, oh oh, oh oh, oh, yeah, oh, oh. Bro's just gotta go to get the tapes. Yeah, where did... Well, you got your tapes there. I just juked them! Guys, this is my inactive floor. Just the cover that shamelessly spoils the end. There's a medkit in that corner. Hi, Tisha. Collects all its poison. I think I got all of them. Oh, nope, I need Brightney. Thank you. I got Brightney. Ad break soon. Oh my gosh. Getting me some money. Give me your money. Go break my heart. She can go break my heart. Oh Lord. Makes up excuses and bruises and uses them to her advantage. Disease is her primary language. Edges, I regret misery. You picked up a med. I saw that. Beg me to spare thee the back of my hand. That was primed. Oh no, someone just did a primed machine. Oh no. Uh-oh. Did Sprout just... V tried griefing you? Oh gosh. She tried to grieve me! Oh my gosh. Absolutely reprehensible behavior.
Starting to get a little bit tired.
I am starting to get tired. It's me, guys. It's a blackout again. Oh, it's Astro. Another one, thank you. Don't pop the primed machine, guys. If you have the V mode, there is a couple of treadmill machines over here. I don't know, I didn't look at everybody's trinkets. I'm trying to find the other Twisteds real quick. Oh, got 2. So I got 3 right now. That means that I think I need to find 2 more. Yeah. Thank you. My trains, I got magic trains. One-handed distracting. Another med? Oh gosh. Oh, then what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do, huh? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What? What you gonna do when I'm fucking small, like 1 inch tall? You ain't gonna see me coming at all. Roll into your ear late at night, huh? It's holding an artery shut. Then what? My trains. My trains. Indecisive. Are you technically my backup? Or are you not watching? Are you watching stream? I don't know if Indecisive is watching stream or not. Sorta? Okay, okay. I was like, wait, is Indecisive watching stream? I don't know. Oh, but it's delayed. It's not too delayed. Spin when y'all hear me. So V has like 6 or 7, and then you have like 8 or 9 seconds. So it's not that much of a delay. Sprout floor. Oh no, this is my inactive floor! You motherfuckers! You motherfuckers! This is my inactive floor! You couldn't have at least waited until I was on an active floor, you motherfuckers! Jesus! I just need to get Poppy, I think. Ooh, sorry! Get your ass over here. Thank you. Gordy, just kind of stay away from the, courtyard. Like, all the way until last, and then go through the kitchen area, like, away from the back of the, like, away from Broken, because I'll go through Broken, and then you can go, like, over that way. Hi, V. I'm just chasing V. But yeah, just stay away from, like, the entirety of the courtyard until, like, last is about to be popped, and then go to the elevator, and then I'll, go all the way around, I guess? Maybe? Unless if you're already at the elevator at that point, if you're inside of the elevator. I don't know if you guys understood what I was saying, but yeah. Try your best to kind of 69 to avoid Glisten. I don't know where Glisten is right now. Okay, Glisten's over there. Yeah, we've had Glisten this entire floor. Okay, I'm gonna stay away from Good Elevator, so if you want to go to Good Elevator after that machine, and then, I'll go through back here, actually. So Sprout wants to do the last, like, pop it, since he's got more stealth. That might be a good idea. Watch out, watch out. Okay, get to the elevator. Okay. There we go. My eyes, but yay! Finally an active floor. And floor 20! Yippee! It's Gordy! You're full on wheels. Okay, I'm gonna go this way real quick. Keep that. No, don't keep that. Don't keep it. Keep it there, though. Because whenever I, like, I'm gonna get Gordy. Oh, watch out, watch out, watch out. Ow. Okay, actually, I'm gonna use my med, and then I'll get it. Okay. Where did my twisted go? Oh my gosh. Watch out, Gordy. Watch out, watch out, watch out. I gotta grab Poppy. I gotta grab Poppy. Cause I'll go ahead and distract Gordy. Get over here. Thank you. Okay, Gordy's right here. Oh, he's just a little baby. No, don't feed him. No, don't feed him. You motherfucker. I was gonna distract him! That's why I took the other box of chocolates, because I was gonna distract him. Just like doing Pebble. Is the closest primed? Did y'all prime it? There's one in, like, next to the lore room. Three capsules, 3 poppies. What do you mean 3 poppies? There's only 2 of each. I'm digging up your coffin and pouring up the contents. Whenever it's 8 out of 9, everybody that's not on... No, everybody gets to the elevator. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and lose my last heart real quick. Not quite yet. I'm gonna let him get aggro on me, and then I'm gonna distract a little bit. Hey! Hey! Hey, get over here! Oh shit. Okay, you guys can pop it. You guys can pop it. I'll bring him over. Whee! Thank you. Yeah. There's red, orange, yellow, green. Okay, Brittany, Brusha, Rebecca, Tegan, Tisha. So it's those 5. And Cosmo. So we have 6. Floor 21, my ass. Oh, I didn't realize V was right there. Oh my gosh, I did not realize V was right there. I was like, I hear a machine being done, but I don't know where it is. 69. Nice. Okay. Guys, get to the elevator. Something gets pushy. Yeah, is everybody at the elevator? Okay. I'll go ahead and zoom around this way so that V can go that way. Why does my thumb hurt? Don't ignore me. He's got a med kit, dude. He's got a med kit. Oh, my heart was stolen by a blind pickpocket in the deep city streets in the summer of 2012, and I never even saw her face. Please tell me we're not gonna get Dandy. Please tell me we're not gonna get him. Okay. What else is here? Well, at least it's on my active floor. It's not enough, this is not enough to prove it yet. No, I need you hit the bottom. This is not enough, this is not enough to prove it yet. No, I need you hit the bottom. Gotta get to the bottom of this. Gotta get to the bottom of this. Like the last time we got Sprout's floor, be careful of the courtyard area. I'm trying to grab them both. Watch out, Gordy. Because I gotta make a loop around. You're ground and tell me don't look down. You'll fall and break your back. But that just reminds me how there's more to be found beneath. Looks like this is not enough. This is not enough to prove it yet. No, I need to hit the bottom. This is not enough. This is not enough to prove it yet. No, I need to hit the bottom. You know how the pop-up like that, like, it, I'm not gonna lie, it looks like it says gay, it looks like it says gay show. And we've been looking up voices could say heaven sent me, hand me my shovel, I'm going in. Looking up, we see the point of entry between where we are and we've been. Looking down, I could say, heaven sent me, hand me my shovel, I'm going in. Alright. on my way. I think I might have lost Finn. Yeah, I lost Finn. Thank you, Kofi Bot. Why is my phone stand like unscrewing itself? I'm like, don't do that. God damn it. Ugh. I'm gonna grab him first. Oh shit, shit, shit. Oh my gosh. I didn't realize he was that close. Shit. Oh my god, where... Oh. Ow. Okay. Dude, it's okay. I think I've got everybody. I got Toodles, Tisha, Poppy, Sylvester, Dandy, and I think someone else. There's one more over here. There's one more machine over here. Okay, Roger's here. Because there's that one machine right there in that corner. Watch out, watch out. Okay. Smoke bomb. Smoke bomb. Honestly, a cool little rework for Dandy would be like, say if you have, like if you get him floor 6, he's like normal speed, but the higher floor you get him at, the more faster he becomes. That would be a cool thing. Yeah, I don't want to risk y'all, like, getting died. Welcome back. You missed the entire dandy floor. Shelly. I gotta stop immediately doing that. Got him. Okay, we got Rebecca and Sylvester for, yeah. We got Rebecca and Sylvester as our Halloween tunes. We got Shelly as a main, and then the regulars are Brusha, Cosmo, and Louis. Almost all of them are different speeds. Oh, night or day. Oh. Thank you for working on the machines at Broken, because you were the only one with a lower, or like a higher stealth. The doctor, I'm the patient. Don't forget that it's important. No, Gordy, no, Gordy, no, Gordy. Oh my gosh. Holy cow. Just the fear. Seeing Gordy, I'm like, no. Okay, so that's 8 and 9, so get to the elevator. Oh. I'm gonna pass around real quick. Now you can. Oopsies. I walked into a wall. Thank you. Oh my gosh. She like literally gave you a kiss. Wait, is his last name Gordy? Wait, is it Gordy Holloway? Oh, that's adorable. Okay, Gordy's here. Let's just try to speedrun the machines. Yeah, feed him. There's a whole bunch of items over here. I'm behind you. I'm right behind you, Sprout. There we go. Okay, I think I got all of them. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna go to Broken. There is a machine over there. I'd say Sprout do it. Yeah, Sprout's doing it already, actually. Run. 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 I'm pretty. Wait, all three of y'all have Gordy, right? That means that we don't really need his research, so whenever we get to the yellow route, I can just try to avoid him. Run, run, run. Run, run. There's a primed machine, right? Okay. Run, run. I'm gonna grab these pumpkins real quick as well. Okay. I'm on my way if you guys want to... Okay. Yeah. Because he's in that corner. So I could technically just go this way. I'm sorry. I lost a lot of the Twisteds. Oopsies. How many tapes do you have anyways? Damn! I have 724. That's my birthday, actually. Oh. Well, at least it's my active floor. That's Roger, that's Roger, that's Roger, that is Roger! Ah! Fuck, help, 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 help. I need help, thank you. I panicked. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! I am so sorry! I'm gonna grab that band-aid real quick. Sorry. Oh, damn it! Damn it! Oh shit. Okay. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, where the hell did those other two go? Brush up. Shit. Got him. And then Roger is number 6. Okay, I'm gonna let Sprout do these real quick. Oh my god, there's 3 in that. Voice of understanding. It's the voice of empathy. Whoopsies, sorry. These walls, brother of mine, show me the world outside. Has to be true. Counting on you to be my wings and my eyes. I have no clue where Gordy is. Okay, Gordy's over there. Brother of mine, me the world out. Thank you. Oh yeah, I made that mistake. Ow. Oh my god, I just had a big lag spike. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna make my way back out to here. A human's touch. I'm just a toy to you, my love. Just a thing to play and then throw away. I need a human's touch, but you don't need me. I need a human's touch, but I'm obsolete. Lot. Okay. He like flinched. Honestly. Hold up, Sprout. Sorry. Okay. I need one more. What? You gotta go? No! 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 Oh, Blot, why'd you do that? Oh, Blot. Oh, Blot, why'd you do that? Blot. That was gore. Yeah, I watched my friend get murdered in front of my eyes. Let's try to get as far as we can. Oh, thank fuck. I need a human's touch. What? No! 7-Eleven. Oh, you motherfucker! Both of my goddamn distracting spots, dude. Whee. Okay. Awake, try to remember it. Grab a glass from the cabinet. Close my eyes. Oh, I didn't get ill. Then awake, try to remember it. Grab a glass from the cabinet. Close my eyes. And I just look down. Try to open. When it becomes a problem. When it becomes. Did someone open Roger? Guys, try not to die. Get to the elevator, guys. Grab a glass from the cabinet, close my eyes, so close the cabinet, try to keep it open when it becomes. Hey, why are you at 1? Why are you at 1? What happened? What did you do? Why are you at 1? Oh. Hey, Berry Boy. Oh my god, why'd you fart on both of us? On both of us, are you kidding me? Oh, come on, it's V. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hold up, I can't see. Okay. Oh, it's Tootle? Oh. Oh, no. Thank you. what's up, D? Sorry. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Ooh, why am I lagging? Why am I lagging? Oh shit, there's a band-aid over here. Okay, I'll be fine a little bit. Like, if you're on cooldown and it's in a, like, a dire emergency. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'm gonna make my way. You can pop it. Got him. There we go. Woo! Coin operated. Oh wait, I don't have any inventory space. Just a toy, but I turn him on. I want a coin operated boy made of plastic. Okay, Sprout, Glisten, Shelly, Yada, Russia. I can't see shit. Lord. Oh! Where am I? Where am I? Where am I? Okay. Sorry. Just watch out. Watch out. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. Sprout's somewhere. I don't know where Sprout is. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Panic. Oh shit, shit, shit. cone. Populated boy. Wait, where's B? Where's B getting hurt at? Oh my god! What is my mouse doing? I'm trying. I lost Tisha. Okay. I just lost Sprout. Shit. Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna work on doing a circular, like, kind of circular. Actually, infinity loop. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. Dude, my mouse is not wanting to work out with me. Sprout! You motherfucking asshole! Get your ass back over here, I swear! When it's time to do the primed one, V, get to the elevator. Sprout, you do that machine because you have a higher stealth than I do. Okay. Oh my god, Sprout! Fucking Bane, dude. Okay, Glisten's at Ellie, so okay. Oh my god. Yes, pop it, pop it. Okay. my god, fuck you, Dandy. Fuck you. I think there's another Ko-Fi bot. Thank you, Ko-Fi bot. Yeah. I'm gonna try flipping this, seeing if that'll do anything. It would be... God damn it! Oh my gosh! I'm gonna murder Pebble, gonna murder Pebble. Fuck you. Dude, my mouse is not working! Oh my god, my mouse isn't working. Yeah, please take the commons. My mouse is... It's not working. My mouse isn't working. My mouse has stopped working. My mouse has stopped working. I think it might be dead. So just be careful for the others. If you could take commons, that would be super helpful. Because I'm having to use my keyboard. Thank fuck this is on my active floor. Lock the fuck in now. I'm gonna work on not, like, going near V, so... Floor 30 is gonna be kind of, like, chill, because I saw everybody else, and then Pebble shows up. And my fucking mouse dies. Ad break. Ugh. I'm gonna have to plug in my mouse after this too. I'm literally using my keyboard and, like, the arrow keys. Oh, shit. 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 I don't know the good jungle kiting areas on this map. I'm gonna try my best to grab them as much as I can. Gotta go in between them. Because I keep on losing them. Like, that's gotta be the biggest problem. Like, especially since my mouse just fucking died. Yeah, like, everybody but Yada is currently loose. I think I just got Louie, and I got Tisha. There's Louie right there. Okay. Just be careful while you're at the elevator. I am kind of distracting there. Not at the elevator, but yeah. Just hurry up and pop and then get in. I got him. Shit! Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Oh, my mouse is working again. Well, fuck. Damn it. Oh, of course, this is the time that my mouse wants to work. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? A wise woman said I'm alive. I'm gonna just see what all... I hear V. Oh, it's V, Gordy, Sylvester, Rebecca. Roger's here. Ivy. Oh, hey, a box of chocolates. You wanna- oh, hey, a med kit. You wanna see what I'm gonna do? Oh, hey, a band-aid. Kind of what we've been needing. Whee! I have 595 stamina, bro. Yay! Yay! I'm gonna get to 1,000 tapes real quick, and then I'll die. Boom. Boom. Hey, Gordy. Anyone around? I'm gonna wait for him to, you know, pop. Skill check candy that I'm gonna eat right in front of you. Haha. I'm gonna eat it right in front of you. Who's going down? Give me that stamina candy. Right in front of him. It's a trick. Haha. Oh my gosh, there's some gumballs. You wanna know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna eat them right in front of him. Again. Oh, I did it again. Teehee. I was like, oh my god, open up a capsule! Teehee. Teehee. What's happening? Teehee. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. Whee! Kill me. Kill me. My gosh, I'm dead by Gordy. Oh my gosh, I died by Gordy. Gordy killed me. Well, we got to floor 31. I encountered 115 twisteds. Alright, yeah, this is probably gonna be my last run anyways. Picked up 21. I had only 21? Damn. 97 research capsules. 5 machines. 40 holiday items. I earned 339 pumpkins. We'll have to see how much, on Eclipse we've got. But that was honestly a pretty... explodes extra loudly. That was honestly a pretty good run. That was a really good run. We just need to see how much we've got, on Eclipse especially. It's going down. Who's going down? Who's going down? Who's going down? Okay, let's check in the room. Oh my gosh. Okay, we have 1,423 pumpkins. Twisteds, Eclipse, we are at 88. So we went from 69 to, we went from 69 to 88. And we've already had everybody else's research, so I think that was pretty good for today. If we make about 1,000 pumpkins a day on stream, then I think that would honestly be pretty decent. That would be a decent amount. I'm going to go ahead. Stream ending. We're gonna go ahead and raid somebody. Let me check who's live. Who is live that I am following? Well, there's the raidee. Anyways, I hope y'all have a nice day, night, whatever time it is for you. Be cool, be safe, be nice to the raidee. Have fun. Good night. I'm gonna probably take a shower and go to sleep. And yeah, I'll probably stream tomorrow. I'm gonna probably do Minecraft just to switch up my stream schedule just a little bit, you know. I hope y'all actually doing. But yeah, Have a nice night and bye.